Okay, now let's just wait for this to kick in, and hopefully this works. If not, I might have to redo this. There we go. Okay, I am live now. So, hi everyone. So this is a little different for me. Apologies if the quality isn't that great, and actually I do want to turn down the volume a little bit on the TV, because this is something I wanted to do for a while, and the only way to really do this properly is by doing it through StreamYard, because I don't have a proper computer setup that'll handle gaming and doing this. So, like even my PS4, I don't have like a PlayStation Eye, so that doesn't really work either. Actually, I want to make sure we do have sound here. Apologies, there's gonna be a bit of an echo here for a second. Come on. Apologies. There we go. Okay, perfect. All right, so now that we're up and live here, I do want to, actually there is a little tool that I want. Where is that tool? Oh, because I didn't do it through there. Sorry, I'm just stuff out here really quick because I did want a little thing, but it's fine. Screw it. So anyways, let's start Need for Speed Pro Street, and hopefully it looks okay. I mean, it doesn't look as good on there, but there's only so much I can do. Actually, this will help. There we go. Should help anyways a little bit, with any luck. A little bit more light, so hopefully that changes it a little bit, makes it look a little better. So anyways, welcome to the stream. Like I said, my name is Katarina, and this is Katarina's Garage, and this is just something new. I've wanted to see if I could do this for a while. I've attempted this in the past, but I did not have a webcam that could work for this, so I actually just beat this game last night, but you know what? I'm going to go through another playthrough of this and see what happens. Because, this is just kind of fun. And like I said, career 1, 86%, if you can read that. I don't know if you can, but it's all good. So yeah, I'm going to go new career. Yes, that's fine. Hi, Saber. What do you want? I don't even have food, so, like I fed you like 2 hours ago. Hey, hi, Saber. What do you want? Do you want up? Do you want uppies? Saber. Come on, bud. Sorry, it might be a bit chaotic of a stream just because, again, I'm not used to this. But this is such a good and cool old game. And who knows, I might stream some of these older racing games in the future. Because this was the heyday of, honestly, gaming, I think. Where, like, nowadays, just racing games don't have quite the touch the games like this had. This is Need for Speed Pro Street. This came out in 2007. I'm playing it on my PS3. And it's a really neat concept, which this actually spawned Forza Motorsport to actually become a thing. Because prior to this, a game like this didn't really exist. There were, or at least if there were, they weren't super successful titles of it. And if anybody's in the chat, let me know if I need to change any volumes or anything, or if there's anything I can do. If there's not too much I can do. It's a little tough, and actually, let's try and center that a little bit, shall we? Potentially. Hi, Beckett. There we go. Just a little bit over. Yeah, that looks a little better. It's not perfect quality, though. That's one thing I don't like about this, but there's only so much I can do when trying to do it the way I'm doing it. The only other way I could potentially do this is if I had my computer as the source and just to share screen that way. That could work. But that would mean I'd have to screw around more, and I don't want to do that. But yeah, so anyways, like I said, this is Need for Speed Pro Street. It came out in 2007. and this is the PS3 copy, so this is kind of the remaster of it to a degree. This is probably the best version there was, because I don't think that even the Xbox version quite kept up to this one. But like, to be honest, the PlayStation 3 was a superior console to the Xbox 360 at the time. So, and this was actually like, this was made for like the PS2 and PC, more so than PS3 and stuff. But yeah, okay, Saber, come here, bud. So yeah, this is just the, starting their career, first event. See how it goes. And it's super cool. I love this 240SX and like the art style of it. I love that. What do you want, Saber? There we go. Just trying to find the volumes. Let me know. Like I said, I do have the chat over here. I'll periodically look at it for if there's any problems. If the volumes are too loud, if you want me to turn them down or whatever, I'm trying to figure this out on the fly here. So the first time of me ever doing this. So it's just, there's some things that I might not know when doing this. And this is my first time kind of dealing with StreamYard, other than just jumping into other people's streams, which, like, there are other live streams that I've been in that we use StreamYard, but like the streams that I'm in every Saturday, or most Saturdays anyways, we don't use StreamYard anymore. We use Skype, but that's been a whole sort of issue that way at times. Yeah, here we go. And I mean, and to be honest, early game on this, not very hard. Like your 240 is so much faster than these cars. You have nitrous, which, you buy a new car and it doesn't have nitrous. Stuff like that. But, hey, Saber, what are you doing? What do you want? You have food. I know you do. I might have to entertain my cat here in a second. Okay, Saber! See the nitrous. Meow. A little too high. That's okay, though. Didn't hit the wall, so. And it's one of these things. And I've played a lot of racing games in the past, and it's like my favorite genre, to be honest. Although most hours I probably have in gaming in general is probably in like the Call of Duty franchise, to be honest. But that's just because back in the day when I was younger, I just no-lifed the games pretty hard and just did the online thing, and it was so much fun. Hang on. My cat is just being annoying. Hi, sir. Come here. Come here. There we go. Sorry about that. This little shit here. Which, this is Saber. He's an old cat. Very old cat. And I think he just wanted attention. Whoa! That was bad. Yeah, that was bad. I should have slowed down a little more than that. That's okay. Like I said, I'm still in the lead, and this game, it just really holds your hand in the beginning. It gets a lot more difficult later on. And if I get lucky, I can get a for a reward, I can get a free car lot thing, and there's 2 cars I could buy right off the bat for free, but I don't actually want to do that this time around. I kind of want to see how far I can actually get with just prize cars until, I need to change that. And, oh, there's something I should do here. Something I should do. But it's so funny. I crashed the car, and yet there's no bent hood or anything. Well, thanks for helping us out, Rio. It's been real. There's something I forgot to do, which I need to do right now. There we go. All right, figure this out now. Sorry, I just had to adjust one thing with the stream. But now we're good. It's an interesting concept for the game because, like I said, this Forza Motorsport wouldn't have existed in the way that it did if it wasn't for this, and also, I mean, Gran Turismo too, to be honest. But yeah, welcome to Battle Machine. You have unlocked your first racing organization. Win and dominate enough races, and you'll be invited to more. To begin, select Battle Machine logo and enter the race day. Yeah, because if I remember correctly, yeah, okay, you do win either a Cobalt SS or a Civic for your drag car to begin. So that's the one thing. There are a total of, there's a few different events in this game where they have, your typical circuit race. They do have, the sprints and stuff. And they do give you a few prize cars. I think there's a total of 4 prize cards you can get out of this. Not from this specific one, but events in the game.
To level the playing field, every car has enhanced equally. The cars are ready. All you gotta do is drive. If you bet, you do not have to sweat the repairs. Yo, Battle Machine Mechanic will fix any damage you take, up to a point. If you total the car, it's done for the whole weekend. You total all your cars, and you're headed home. Oh wait. The only rule you need to remember is that winning isn't enough. You gotta dominate. You earn points by racing. The better you do, the more points you get. Earn enough points, and you'll dominate the weekend. Manage to get that far without pulling out, and you'll walk away with a new ride.
Yeah, in this game, it's quite fun. And back then, this was the last of the really good Need for Speed games. Because after this, it kind of just fell off a cliff, to be honest. To where Need for Speed became something that isn't just quite as good. And you know what? I'm gonna use the Civic. Last time I used the Cobalt, but I'm gonna use the Civic this time, which is an EG or EK. I think it's an EG. Civic hatchback. Which they're both front-wheel drive, so you wouldn't be able to use them later on with wheelie competitions. But see, and I wish I could make that a little more clear on the camera, but I don't think I can. That's probably the best I can do, sadly.
This is important moment, so listen up. Watch for the start signal and time your first shift to get a perfect launch. If you jump the gun, you'll be disqualified. So be careful.
Which, it's actually quite hard to, if you have good reaction time in this game, it's really hard to lose these races. And it's just one of these things. It's not too bad. And that's the one thing, with all these drag races, though, is that you actually have a manual. Now, you don't have to use the clutch, but you do have to upshift at the right times. And plus, you have to do burnouts, which the burnouts can be a little tricky. Just the mechanics of it are kind of weird. Because basically, you have to have your white in the green for as long as it can, and it's really difficult to get a absolutely perfect burnout. Oh, shift a little too early. There we go. There we go. Pretty easy. 14 seconds, and oh, there's one guy that beat me, so I will need to drive a little better this next run. But that's not surprising. I did miss a shift, so used the cars that accelerate a little faster than this, because again, I just finished a playthrough of this last night. I decided, let's live stream this one. Come on, can be 1390. Just too easy. But again, early game isn't too bad. And if you don't know me, like, my name is Katarina, and I'm a big car girl. I grew up playing, a bunch of these racing games, like Gran Turismo and the like. Mostly Gran Turismo, to be honest, but a lot of Need for Speeds. Oh, this is a bad burnout. Really bad burnout. Can I make it? Okay, that's okay. Yeah, not a bad run. And that's like drag racing in a nutshell in this game. It's pretty simple. Pretty darn simple. And yeah, because it doesn't look quite as clear for the gaming side of it. Like, it looks better on here, but not actually on YouTube. But there's only so much I can do here. If I had a PlayStation, well, no, actually, that wouldn't even work. Because you can't stream off of PS3. Like, I'd have to change the input from the TV to the computer and then just capture screen for this to look a little better. But I just prefer not to play on that. So now, actually, I'm going to use the Cobalt that they supply. And the Cobalt's actually faster. And the style of the Cobalt is a little different. Like, it has 265 horsepower versus I think it was 230 or 220 for the Civic. But the Civic is lighter, so there's that. But I think this thing can dip into the 12s, if I'm not mistaken. Fourth gear. And, ooh, almost 12s. And for every drag race, every drift event, every drag, every drift, and every wheelie competition, that's what I was thinking of, you get 3 heats. So oh, 1289, there we go. See, dipping into the 12s. Nice. And, like, something I would like to actually race properly in the future. Like, not professionally, because my body wouldn't hold up to it, but, just as a casual thing, it'd be fun. Because I do have health issues and whatnot that make it difficult to do things that a lot of car enthusiasts can do. Oh, bad burnout. Ugh. And that was a bad launch. Like, good launch, but bad reaction time on that one. But you know what happens. Yeah, so it's work. At least this is working for now, and I can play with this in the future and make it just that much better. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. And like, I wanted to use StreamYard because it's the only thing that I know of that'll actually work with What was I gonna say? Shoot, I lost my train of thought. That's okay. But yeah, so let's do a time tag, and they give you a golf for this.
Okay. Group races have a ton of different types, but generally they're all about being the fastest car on the track. Group races feature a bunch of drivers. All of them are gunning for the win, which makes for some dangerous moments. Fast reaction time will keep you in the race. When you're coming in tight corners, use the arrows and driving lines to pick the key spots to apply the brakes.
Actually, will this screw things up? Or yeah, it would.
Unsafe areas.
Let's see how it looks on the stream. Yeah, no, you see the reflection. Okay.
Be careful how much contact you make, though. Your target's damaged as well.
Just when you try and get the that perfect sort of lighting, because I think if I had better lighting, it would actually look better on there. Hey, CFC, yeah, I'm doing okay. You know, still have my issues and whatnot, but you know, not too bad today, to be honest. It's just, you know, day in and day out. Just live one day at a time, right? Yeah, as you can see, I am playing Need for Speed Pro Street, which is such a fun game. And I just started a new playthrough on the stream, so hope you're having an absolutely fantabulous day, because, yeah, for me right now, it's not too bad. I got my cat on my lap, get the game, get to talk with y'all. It's a fun time. Well, nitrous? Damn it. Accurate. Shane, that is totally accurate. You know? And just to show how broke I am, I mean, I have my webcam on my tripod pointed at the TV and, you know, my phone to record my face. And instead of, you know, having two dedicated proper cameras and doing it through my computer, well, my computer can't even keep up to a simple game like this. So, you know, that's how it goes. I mean, I didn't really do anything for Canada Day, to be honest. But yeah, and as well, happy July 4th for everybody, you know? American Independence Day. It's hopefully you're having fantastic days, and yeah, because like personally for me, I don't really celebrate Canada Day very much. I used to when I was younger, but not anymore. Just there are some political things that I just don't really celebrate Canada Day for. I'm still a patriotic person. I love Canada, but it's one of these things where there are injustices in my country that should be properly fixed, and they're not really doing a good job of that. So, but you know, it's just one of those things. Like if you actually have me as a friend on Facebook, you would have potentially seen my post that I put out on that day. And yeah, hi Tim. Hope you're having a fantabulous day. The stream is actually going pretty good so far. You know, 25 minutes in, and I got, I think, 3 viewers at least. Now, here's a question for y'all. Oh, they definitely do, to be honest. You know, holidays and politics with countries, they go hand in hand, unfortunately. And like and they did for me. But now here's a question. Which one should I go for? So I can choose between the Cobalt SS or the EG Honda Civic hatchback. The Cobalt has much better traction, but the Civic has better aero, and actually the Cobalt has more power too. Which one do you guys want to see actually race? And I'm fantastic, to be honest. You know? The aero? Okay, let's see. We have... Shane said arrows, so I think he means the Chevy. So I think we have 2 votes for the Chevy, 1 for the Honda. Okay, I'll go for the Cobalt. Because it's just one of these things that, it's a free car at the beginning. And I can always replace this in the future, which I will, because this car won't last too long in this game. Like, it'll last a little bit, but, eventually I'll have to replace it. Who knows? I can actually, right now, I'm not going to, but I could, because in the car lot, because there's something about my copy of this game, I don't know what it is, from way back when, that I can actually get free cars. There's 2 of them. One's a Mopar. I guess I'm not going to do this yet, but let's see. Yeah, see the Roadrunner? I could get that. And there is, I believe, a Seat that I can get too. See the American car does? Okay. Yeah, see, and I could get that as well. So for free. I don't know why I can get these 2 cars for free. I don't know what I did back in like 2007 or 2008 when I got this game on the PS3. But apparently I've got, I can get 2 free cars. But I'm not going to do that for now. I'll stick with the cars that I have.
Hey, the car's looking tight.
But these are just fun. Oh, that's true, Shane. Aerodynamics make a big difference. And actually, me and him, we had a quick little chat for about 40 minutes last night, talking a little bit about that too. So.
Don't rely on it. Remember to take care of your car for fleet events. From now on, all repairs are coming out of your own pocket. You can pay to fix minor bumps and scratches with clean racing.
Yeah, it's all pretty simple. And also, if you haven't already, click like on the video. Every little bit helps me. Sadly, no, there are no Fox bodies in this game, period. I wish there was. Oh, hey, no worries, Shane. Like, and his buggy is cool, because he has it's not actually a Volkswagen-based buggy. Like, it's essentially like a sandrail based off a Corvair, and it's got a Corvair engine, which is quite unique, because usually they're Volkswagen pan. So that's pretty cool. But I love that little 240SX, to be honest, and I've always liked those cars. I remember when you could pick them up for next to nothing, and now you can't. People want 10 grand for absolute wrecks of cars. And it's just quite sad. And I wish there was more Fox bodies in racing games. I don't know why it's a thing that there isn't, because so many games, lost my train of thought. So, like, the Fox body is one of the most popular platforms to race, period, whether it is, like, mostly at the drag strip, but people do build them to go racing around circuits, too. Ugh, what a terrible burnout. There we go. Bye-bye, 240. Yeah, 1296 in the first round. Pretty good. Pretty decent. And that's the one thing, like, the AI in this game are actually pretty good overall. Like I said, in the beginning, they kind of handhold you, but towards the end of the game, it gets really difficult. There's a lot of times where you're going to crash and total your car, and you have to restart the event. And, like with the speed events and just the overall sprints, it can be hard to control your car, especially when, like, because my last playthrough of this, which was, again, just finished it last night, I actually, did I just do 1296 twice in a row? I did. I'm consistent. There's usually some variation. But no, just did the same time twice in a row. That's pretty cool. It's fun. We've got one more race to go. This is gonna be fun. Both these guys have there we go. Not bad. Like, I wish it would actually tell you in this what your reaction time was and, like, what your 60-foot was, but they don't tell you that. So there you go, and that was faster. So just surprising that I got 1296 twice in a row. And, like, eventually I would like to actually, race, but and my car is one step closer to being able to do that. Basically, I just need to, at this point, clean the car out, fix the oil leak, which that's not a hard fix. It's just finding the part to do it is a little tough, because basically it's the bolts for the oil drain is the problem with the oil leak. The original gasket just went, and the only thing I could actually find was for a new gasket were these plastic washers, and they don't work worth a damn. I've thought about maybe doing some on those plastic washers, like covering them in RTV and just making sure that none of it actually gets into the oil pan, just around that washer, and then it might actually seal. Why'd you break? Ugh. That's the one thing about some of the AI, just like that they want to break at times when they don't have to. Hang on, Tim, I'll read your comment in a moment. Ah! Too wide. I need to find a mostly straight way to read your comment. Yeah, let's pause it. I need the gasket around the oil plug itself on my inline six. That's the one thing I've been trying to find, because mine started to, it just was old and it just kind of deteriorated. And so, yeah, that's what I need. And it seems like they don't sell them anymore that I could find anyways. And it's just quite disappointing. Like, yeah, could I potentially find an old car and pull it off of that? Yeah, I could, but see, I didn't try eBay, to be honest. I just did not want to pay stupid pricing on shipping for a little freaking gasket that way, Because eBay would have charged me a bunch, I'm sure, in shipping. Like, for a little $1 part, they'd probably charge me like $10 in shipping. I got this challenger passing me, but that's okay if he does, since he's in Group B and I'm in Group A, so I'm way ahead of those guys. Not that I've come across. Most times when I've ordered off of eBay, it's not been free shipping. Unless that's changed, because bear in mind, the last time I really looked at eBay, it's been a while. But It's just one of those deals. Because I used to order stuff, not a ton of stuff, but a decent amount of stuff off of eBay. Oh. See, that's the one thing with the nitrous in this game that's a little annoying. Because when you hit the nitrous, where in previous entries, it wasn't just like a hit of nitrous, you could, use it till it ran out and sort of thing, and then it recharged. In this game, it doesn't recharge, and they just basically, you tap the button, it goes off, and you can't make it shut off. It just keeps going until it runs out, which is a little annoying. I wish it wasn't like that, but unfortunately, it is in this game. Minor gripe, but. But yeah, I mean, I will. Maybe I'll take a look at eBay to see. But yeah, basically, I do that, then just clean out the car, and then I could actually go drag racing. I'd be the slowest car there, but I don't care. It's just fun, right? Because I think there are two more drag days that are happening at my local track.
This is gonna be a match.
Oh, that would be awesome, Tim. Like, if you could, that would be amazing. Thank you. Yeah, you can definitely do that. And like, here, I'll just type in all the pertinent information. Which, to be honest, I don't think the year matters on the car. It is just the it is just the engine itself. So I'll just do it this way. 81 Mustang. Oil drain plug gasket. There. I just typed it in the chat for you. If you want to, try and copy that to somewhere or whatever, or you can just send me an email or two. That's fine. And I can tell you that in there too later. Because yeah, I haven't really been able. Like I said, I haven't looked on eBay, but it's one of those things. I don't use eBay that often. I know eBay has definitely gotten a lot better than they used to be, because eBay was not an amazing resource for the longest time, and now it's definitely a lot better. So there's that. Now, see, there is no way that this stock 240SX, well, okay, it's mostly stock, but it's interesting because they say it only has 140 horsepower, when I think these things had close to 200 out of the box. And this one's modified. But there is no way in hell, though. This 240SX, I think, would outrun majority of those cars behind me. Because the 240 was known for being underpowered. They didn't have turbos on them. And, I mean, this one has nitrous, but they obviously didn't have nitrous from the factory. There's only a couple of cars that could ever be actually factory ordered with nitrous. Mustang Matt, yes, you could. So from 1979 and a half to 1982, the 200 inline six was reintroduced into the Fox body platform in the Fairmont, the Mustang, the Capri, And actually, there was the Ford Durango as well, which was the only factory approved Ford pickup truck that was a Fox body. But for that time period, you could actually get the 200 inline-6 back into a Mustang, or a Capri, or like I said, a Fairmont, or the Zephyr, of course. But it's the same car as a Fairmont. But yes, you could. Because prior to that, the 6-cylinder option was actually the 2.8 V6, which was popular in the Ford Pinto, which was, I believe, the Cologne V6, I think is what they called it. But the problem with it wasn't the reliability or anything, not that they were the most reliable engines on the planet, but it was the demand in Europe was too high, so they stopped production of it over here, and they just reintroduced the 200 inline-6. And the 200 inline-6 that was reintroduced actually had some upgrades to it over the previous inline-6s that were available in the early 70s. As an example, the head has a little better flow. It's still not a good head, but has a little better flow, and it has bigger valves in it as well. So they call it it flows a little bit more air. And first gen Mustang guys with the 209.6, they covet the head that's on the Fox bodies, to be honest. Because I know people have offered me like $500 to take the head off my motor. And it is, I mean, it's hard, but not impossible to find like these inline-6s, because I know of a few of them in the province, and I do see them from time to time get sold. It just kind of whoa. I tried to let off the gas. Well then, that didn't work out so well. Can't believe I rolled it. How did I roll it? Wow. The fact I totaled out my car before the events where that becomes much more common. Jesus. But that's what happens when you get on the barriers, like on the edges of the road, and it just pops your wheel up. You see it all the time in racing. Just those cars sit so low and have so much downforce that they don't flip over like that. But like even you see it in NASCARs all the time too. They do it. And like GTE cars from Le Mans and stuff. Like, and again, there is no way that this 240SX would keep up to a 69 Dodge Charger RT. There's just no way in hell. Because even though, yes, the 240 would handle better, but there's too many straightaways on this track, or like, a GT500 about a 68, or no, that's 67. Again, would never keep up to that. Even this Cobalt SS in front of me, I don't think the 240 would keep up to that either. Just has a lot more power than what these 240s had. And no worries, Matt. It's one of those things where I like the unique aspect of the rarer Fox bodies. Whoa. I do not want to smack that wall. Go. Luckily, this is just a time attack, so it's not a big deal. I already have first place, and nobody's catching that time, so. Jeez. Just not driving my best right now. Come on. But yeah, it's just one of those things, like, because I've played with well, two inline six box bodies. My 81 Mustang that's out front, that's my daily driver, and it's also my main project car too. And my buddy's 81 Capri that me and him picked up last summer. I did a bunch of work to it, made it run a little better and stuff, and you know, and I'm gonna actually do the very last race because the extra cash is nice. There we go. But yeah, no, it's just one of those things. And again, like early game in this is just so unrealistic. Like this car would get smoked by all those cars, but it's fine. Like I have no doubt this thing would probably handle the best. Because I mean, I have is that a Camaro or a Chevelle in front of me? Oh, now is it the proper like rubber sort of gasket that way, or is it those multi-pack plastic ones? Tim, just wanted to ask. Because yeah, then like on my next oil change, I would just put that in. To be honest, it'd just be so much better. Because I just changed my oil, so I wouldn't just do it just for that. I would wait a little bit. There we go. Nitrous. Ow. A little too fast in that corner. Because yeah, like basically the gasket, because I'm sure you've probably seen them before, but they are because they're on a piece of metal, rubber. Not the nylon doesn't work. The nylon is what I have right now, and those don't seal worth a damn, to be honest. Like the original rubber one did until it eventually just kind of crumbled. So, which the only benefit to the nylon is like, yeah, it lasts forever, but it doesn't seal worth it for shit. So that's the problem with it. Yeah, because I meant to say nylon before, not plastic that I have on it right now. Like I have that multi-pack in my glove box. Every time I change the oil, I change out that freaking nylon because they're terrible. They really are. But yeah, because like for the life of me, could not find a rubber gasket. I looked around a bunch, could not find anything, which is dumb. Like you'd think that'd be so easy, but sometimes, depending on, I didn't check here in town though, mind you, but I checked at other Napas and checked at like Part Source and one other store, which is Auto Parts Authority in Edmonton, and again they didn't have it either. So, but just sometimes these companies don't have as good of parts availability in Canada. It's just dumb. See now, and I wonder, does it have to be? I'd have to ask around. I'm sure it's probably the same gasket, but I do wonder if one off of like a '60s Mustang would work. Like if you find like honestly, as long as it's inline six, and to be honest, it might even be the same as a V8. I don't know for sure, but I would think so, but I don't know. Like, I haven't looked on my parts car, but I don't want to drain the oil out of the parts car. Because at least if I need to move the parts car, I can right now, with it still being full of oil. So, because that one doesn't look like it actually leaks oil, so it's kind of nice. I got two regular vents. But I definitely appreciate it, Tim. Thank you. You know, because yeah, like if you could find that, that would be awesome. Because like I said, I've struck out trying to find that because I know what it looks like, and I can't remember the thread of the gasket or of the bolt, what size that is, because the head is huge on it. It's an 11/16. Because I kept the original one. Like my buddy Keith was making fun of me for my, the big head on the bolt, but it's like it's original. I don't care. Because he decided that he was going to change my oil one day, and then he looked at that and went, "You should replace that." I'm like, why? It's an extra cost that don't need for aesthetic purposes when you're underneath the car. Ooh, don't really care. There's stuff underneath that car that, not that anything's bad, but it just doesn't look as pretty. I over revved it a bit. Yeah, that was not a good run. Let's see. Oh, two people, false start and blown engine.
Are you see what I'm seeing? Check it out. It's Brian Cooper. They call him the comeback
There we go, that's better. There we go. There we go. Easy peasy. Like those drag events are very simple. Now those are just quarter miles, but there's actually a half mile event on here too.
Check it out. There's two ways to get up.
Because if anybody doesn't know, like with this game, it came out after Need for Speed Carbon, which Need for Speed Most Wanted came before it, and Need for Speed Most Wanted is my favorite racing game of all time, and it's the best Need for Speed in my opinion. Oh god, that was a bad burnout. Perfect change. Oh, I need to go a little faster than that. Okay. Some guy just barely beat me in that race. Just barely. Where I did a 1261, or no, not 12, but 1961. He did a 1959. There we go. And let's see. Can I beat that 59? Nope. Not that. Not that run. I don't want to get second. There we go. Just don't shift in the fifth. Perfect. Just worried about potentially overheating the car, but that didn't happen. Yay. That's a mechanic they put into this game, is that if you over rev your car too much, it will actually overheat. So kind of a cool mechanic, because there's a lot of times where in these racing games there's like no realistic elements to it. But that is a little bit of one. So yeah, I wonder how far I can actually get with just these prize cars. Wonder that. Guess I'll find out. And without like modifying them either. Because I don't know why they designed it this way, but if you have like these pre-tunes. Oh, nice. And hey, it's no worries. If you stick around, there'll be more drag races, to be honest. Like honestly, like I'm doing this just for kind of fun, and also it gives me a reason to, like, okay, I'm live, I can talk to you, and my mind is preoccupied instead of just, relying completely on the chat. Oh, no, off track. There we go. A little too fast into that corner. That's okay. See, the barbecue sandwiches actually sound pretty good. I'm not much for salads myself, but hey, as long as you enjoyed it, that's what matters. That's awesome. But yeah, like I said, it's one of these things where just with the streams here, like people can come and go as they please. That's all fine. I'm not gonna be upset about it. It's just nice when I have interaction in the chat, so I'm not just like sitting here talking to myself. That's all. Oh, and here comes that Corvette. Whoa! Don't roll! Don't roll! See, it happened again. It happened again. Tires popped up on a corner there and rolled it, which that shouldn't happen. Shouldn't. Not in a car that's this slow. Ugh, that's annoying. I'd much rather not use the markers that when your car's totaled. I'd much rather just use cash for that, but because this is when it's cheap. It's only $7,000. Yes, I am actually. The 24 hours of lemons is so freaking cool. I love that race. Like that'd be a fun one to participate in a little bit. I don't know if I could hold up to endurance racing like that, but it'd be really fun. Or even something like that, would be fun. Because there is this challenge here in Canada, and this year, like they're going from BC to I think Saskatchewan, called the Great Beater Challenge, and basically you have $700 to buy a car, and anything that is safety related doesn't factor into the budget, but to like fix it up, or even if you don't have to, the older the car, the more points you get, and there are certain things like per year that are give you more points, and whoever has the most points at the end of the rally wins. Pretty cool. Like my buddy Roy Marco, actually, he does the Great Beater Challenge. He's done it 2 years in a row, and he's going to be doing it this year too. Honestly, I didn't know that they had a 12-hour version. Honestly, I thought they only had a 24-hour. That's good to know. Because events like that are just fun. All right, well, okay, so the thing is, the Great Beater Challenge isn't a series. It is just it's a 2-day rally basically, and like a road rally, not a off-road rally. Although the one thing is with the Great Beater Challenge, because you have to go like depending, it's usually at least 1,000 kilometers of driving. But what you have to do is because like you can't take conventional highways, and like you have to take a lot of back roads and stuff, and it's just really cool. Like it's a neat event. And it's something I'd like to participate in. I don't really have a car that would participate properly. Like I could bring my Mustang in, don't get me wrong, but the budget's blown. Like I have like $6,000 into that car, so which is hard to believe that, but it's just because of shops and stuff like that. When I didn't have the connections that I have now for some things. It's somewhere around there. Oh yeah. Actually, I didn't know that, but about them having a rally series, that's cool. And yeah, and honestly, like there is a bit of a scavenger hunt with that as well. Because you do have to. There are certain pit stops that you do have to make to just say, "Hey, reach this checkpoint." That's just kind of cool. So it's something that I wanted to participate in. And who knows? Maybe I'll actually find a car that fits that budget. And it's so difficult because even like the 81 Capri, that budget is blown on that one too. Because we had to. Now, okay, this is safety related, like the brakes, we had to replace that, so that doesn't count. But because the purchase price was $700, or no, not $700, it was $600, and needed to put a transmission in it as well. So, and that transmission we only paid, well, it was $200 for the engine and transmission, so just say, $100 for the tranny. So that's $700, and then anything else we may have done to it, which I don't know if there's anything much else. We did take the carburetor off that parts engine and put it on there too, and deleted the emissions. It's got a new muffler on it and stuff, but so in that regard, it's kind of over budget with the exhaust. But yeah, because for the Great Beater Challenge, you have $700. That's Canadian, so it's really hard to do. You used to be able to do that a lot easier. There were a lot of really cheap cars like that back in the day, but I've sold even a couple that were that would have fit that no problem. Like there was a did not want to roll it again. I just counter steered and hit the wall on purpose there so that I didn't roll. Wow, even after smacking the wall, I still beat that. Interesting. Oh, definitely. Like inflation has hurt a lot. Like there was I sold. It was this cheap little Sunfire. It needed literally a battery and an alternator, and it would have been fine. It ran and drove pretty okay, but it just the battery and alternator were so screwed that you couldn't run the car without having it constantly on a charger. So. But all the electrical and stuff like that worked in it. And I sold the thing for I had a hard time getting $350 out of it. It's a running, driving car. And this was back in, this would have been 2020, I think. Maybe 21, but I think it was 2020. It was brutal. That would have been a perfect car for that sort of series, but I didn't have the money to give the guy because it wasn't my car. I sold it on behalf of a friend of mine. So I didn't have the money to just give him outright for the car. Not at that time. I mean, not that I have it now either, but. In fact, now I probably have less money than I did back then. But it's killer. Inflation with everything has just been absolute murder. And I'll read your comments in a moment. Okay, there we go. I'm on the straight way. 200. I mean, that's an AGM battery, so it's not surprising. I think the battery that is in Stitch right now was a $300 battery, but it's an Optima, so there's that. And people say, "Oh, Optimas are junk" and whatever else, but actually, I've had no issues with my Optima whatsoever. I put it in multiple vehicles, and it's been fine. It's all good, Tim, and if you can't find it, it's okay. It would be awesome if you could, but if not, it's quite all right. But yeah, like I said, Tim, something to look for to see is because sometimes in their computer systems, they won't have for that specific engine and that specific car. Because there are times when I'm ordering parts for my car that I actually order it for a 66 or a 67 Mustang as opposed to an 81. Because they tend to have a little more parts availability for some reason. It's a little interesting. Even my clutch, I believe I actually ordered it for a 66, not a 81. Because the selection of clutches for an 81 was not that great. But for a 66, there was a lot more availability on Rock Auto. Has that been Wait, your ignition coil on cylinder 1 had to be replaced twice? And it's only a 2017? That's a little odd, I'm not gonna lie. Like that seems quite quite the issue. Jesus. 2013 Ford Fusion for $475 for a battery? What the hell? Like, the Mopar battery that's in my dad's Magnum isn't that expensive. And he has a 2005 Dodge Magnum. That's insane. Oh yeah, honestly, those proteges are actually they're kind of cool, and you don't see the early proteges like that. That's cool. Actually, I don't know the last time I saw a non 2000s protege. Okay, so Matt, the 351M, otherwise known as the colloquially as the 351 modified, that's actually a modified Cleveland block. So if you've ever heard of the 351 Cleveland, that was essentially from like 70 to about 74 or so made in Cleveland, Ohio. That is a modified version of that block. So it's, if I remember correctly, it's a little wider and a little taller than even the 351 Windsor block, which the Windsor block also, it's made in, or was made in Windsor, Ontario. And it's, you know, within the same family as a 302, a 289, and a 260 V8 as well. So there are some other differences as well, like when you look at them very closely. I don't know the full differences of looking at a modified versus a Windsor, personally, but that's the main differences. You'll have more torque with the modified. The Windsor, however, has a lot more aftermarket support over the modified. Oh yeah, the inline six honestly right now is running really good. To be honest. See, actually, that's not bad, Tim. For being a 2011 without that high of mileage, that's not bad. And yeah, and I know that Kia and Hyundai are, you know, essentially one company, but and it's kind of surprising to see a Kia Soul with that many miles. Actually, I'll be right back. I just need to get a drink really quick. So, this damn chair. There we go. This chair is like, if you're a fat person, this chair is horrible because of the way I put it back together. I had to take it apart briefly, and the way I put it back together years ago, I put it back together wrong, and I just haven't taken it apart again to fix it. So just hang on 1 second. I'll be right back there. There we go. So we'll do. Hi, Saber. Go. Let's put that right there. There we go. All right, I'm coming back. I just see my cat kind of photobombing. Oh, what happened? No. What happened to the camera? What happened to the camera? Oh, crap. Crap, I know what happened. go. Oh yeah, and to be honest, like the Windsor is a better engine. There we go. Okay, fix it. Sorry. When I got up, I unplugged the camera, so that went out for a minute. But yeah, like my inline six, it runs good overall. It has a couple of minor issues here and there, but really not bad. See, 95 Silverado. Yeah, that's not even LS yet. That's just good old 305 or 350, old school. So yeah, I'm not surprised if that engine's totally fine in that truck. That's an OBS too, which is just absolutely amazing. Like OBS Chevys and GMCs are some of the best trucks you can buy, to be honest. Like I'm really not surprised that it's still good with that many miles on it. OBS 350, okay. Yeah, see, and that's the good engine to have in it too. Okay, let's grab a drink here. I probably should have turned on the fan too, but well, that's fine. So I don't need the AC on. It's not that hot today, thankfully. That's better. Bad burnout. That wasn't a great first shift either, but I'd be okay though. You're not a bad run. Yeah, 1264 best time so far. I think that's like no, actually I did dip into the 12.4s. So yeah, see, and that's the one thing. Like Hyundai and Kia weren't really good until around that time period. Because prior to that, they just made very cheap and awful cars that you just did not want to touch. Although like some of their earlier cars weren't too bad, like especially with Hyundai. Like the Hyundai Pony as an example that was made in the 80s as just a cheap hatchback wasn't a bad vehicle. And there was a couple other ones too. Like there was a really cool car called the Hyundai Scoop, which, it was their little sporty coupe. No, honestly, EVs didn't really become a proponent in racing games at all until much later in this. Because bear in mind, this game came out in 2007. The only EVs that would have been about then, what even were there? I mean, there would have been the Prius, obviously, but that was hybrid, not a full EV. And because was the Tesla Roadster even out yet then? It may have been, but Tesla did not have much representation until they started to make like the Model S and stuff like that. Because their very first car, the Tesla Roadster, was not a very good vehicle at all. It was based on the underneath, it's a Lotus Elise, but they put an electric engine in it, and quality control wasn't great. And the one thing is, on those, if the batteries actually died, there was a much higher chance that the batteries are done and you have to get new batteries, which is like, what? So yeah, it was one of those things. But, I guess there may have been like the Fisker Karma, but even then, the Fisker Karma is a hybrid too. So, like there wasn't too many EV vehicles back then, as opposed to now where there's a bunch. I'll read your comment in a moment. I did see you commented, but I just need to get them straight away. Oh, I can believe it, to be honest. Like the just those, like I said, Hyundai and Kia got really good about 2008 or so. Prior to that, they weren't really good companies yet. They didn't really get a proper foothold in the marketplace, so they were just made very cheap, and reliability was questionable for some of them, anyways. So, yeah, it's just one of those things. And it's not like that they were a terrible car per se prior to that, but they just weren't near as good as what they became. Oh, hang on a second. Yeah, on this track, I can really only read your comments on the big straight, so apologies for that. I'll just have to get over. Head to nitrous. There we go. So, oh yeah, like Teslas are expensive, and the funny thing is about a Tesla, because everybody is just like, oh, there's like no maintenance involved. Well, no, there's still brakes, and oddly enough, you still have to do oil changes on it. They're just not what you expect, because it still uses oil technically, and for some of the components and stuff, and there's still the differentials and stuff that obviously have you know gear oil in them and stuff. So, and then of course there's like the brakes that just wear out. Oh yeah, and that's the one thing about EVs is the batteries, especially when they get old, they get unstable. Like we've all seen batteries in cars. Like I know I have. You see a battery in a car that's swelled up. To get that battery out of that car, RFN, because it will leak right away. And at least they don't catch on fire. But where these lithium batteries, when they do that, they have a chemical reaction and they catch on fire. Once that lithium gets mixed with the oxygen and just with the overall heat of the batteries as well, it just ignites, and it's impossible to put out, or for the most part, impossible. Oh yeah, definitely. And that's the one thing, because a company that is actually abandoning EV development and going into what is the proper future, and that is hydrogen. It's Toyota. Toyota has decided that EV is not the answer, which I've been beating that drum for years. And going towards hydrogen, because hydrogen is the only infinite renewable source that we actually have that is proper zero emissions. Now, there's still going to be emissions when creating it, but a lot less than batteries. So, and there's still going to be batteries in the vehicles, of course, and there's still obviously all the complicated components and stuff in the computers. No, come on. Get up there. Ah, damn it. Didn't expect them to brake. That's the one thing, like, the cars actually will brake check you in this. Which, again, there's no shot I'm catching a C2 Corvette. Just no shot. If that was a C1 with an inline 6, I might have a chance, but that's going to be a V8. Probably a 327, maybe a 427, depending on the year. yeah, like because yeah, the one there are a couple of hydrogen based vehicles that are available, and the Mirai is Toyota's. And you look at it, it's actually a good looking vehicle overall. I do kind of enjoy the looks of it. And the one thing is, if there was a proper infrastructure for hydrogen, I would convert my car to hydrogen immediately. I really would. Where gasoline is nice and everything, it's just one of these things where hydrogen is just so much better than gasoline. Plus, you can run at much higher compressions too, which is amazing, you know. And run it on hydrogen. And hydrogen, like I said, is an infinitely renewable resource. Hydrogen you can literally extract from just about anything. You want, to all of our windmills and stuff like that? Well, guess what? They naturally create hydrogen. Um, Even your car going down the road, technically, it's creating hydrogen. Anywhere that there is energy expelled, you can extract hydrogen from that. It is so cool. You know? And yeah, and like, just it is the future. And lawmakers are going to realize this when more of these EVs, they just keep getting more and more expensive. And also, with the safety risk of like when they crash and stuff. Because oddly enough, Alberta does have a couple, but it's mostly at airports that you can get your hydrogen from. I think there are 2 or 3 in Alberta, but again, it's at those, and I think there's one Shell station in Calgary, I believe, that you can get, hydrogen. So it is one of those things, and if they invest in the infrastructure for that, it'll be a much better future. Well, see, here's the thing. Actually, I will fully admit the so the electric motors themselves actually are amazing, and they are, I would say, actually, they are the future, where the internal combustion engine is not the future. I know that personally, and that's fine. But you could actually run, basically, you could have it as a hybrid system, which, oddly enough, locomotives have done forever, except for they've done diesel electric versus what I'm proposing. So what I'm actually proposing is, because as much as I like internal combustion, I understand it's not the future, and that's fine. You could actually create a hybrid system that uses a hydrogen fuel cell to charge up a couple of batteries and power an EV motor. You could do that. And it would work just fine. And that's the beauty of it. And then, and you can make it as a tandem as well, because you can have that generator work as an added power cell as well, to where it doesn't just charge, but it can also power the vehicle as well. The fuel from that could actually, run the vehicle. And that, I think, is going to be the answer in the future. We're going to not totally get rid of batteries, because we never can, but we can reduce the battery usage as much as we can. Because, and that's the one thing, because people try and say, I've got this troll in one of my Mustang groups. He happens to own one of those electric, SUV Mach-E things. And he's just an absolute troll and an idiot, to be honest. He gets trolled all the time in the group whenever he comments on any of my posts as being an idiot. Because I've told him, he thinks that his EV is just this hot shit and it's the best for the environment, when it's really not. EVs as a whole, so basically, you need to drive an EV 160,000 kilometers which is 100,000 miles for it just to match the emissions of what a gasoline vehicle puts out. And a lot of these EVs, their batteries will go not terribly long after that. So that whole thing of being better for the environment is just out the window. And what do we do with those batteries when they're just done? They're dead. Well, there's a couple of things. So while they're getting better with the recycling, it's still not 100%. Not 100% of the batteries are able to be recycled. So the batteries that cannot be recycled are literally buried or thrown into the ocean, quite literally. That's what happens with batteries, that can't be recycled. And there's obviously the big issue with these lithium batteries to where they get really hot and they catch on fire. We've seen all the videos about it. There was the Felicity Ace that actually it sank because a Volkswagen ID4 that it was carrying caught on fire and they couldn't put out the fire. An entire cargo ship that was full of Porsches, Bentleys, I believe there were some Ferraris on it as well, and some other vehicles, all because of one Volkswagen electric vehicle caught on fire. It's just, it's bad. It really is bad. Actually, it's interesting that you say that. Because Saab was sold to a Chinese businessmen when they went under. And I have heard that they have been working on EVs like that. But technically speaking, that technology has actually existed for a long time of being able to have the motors inside the wheels. It's just not what you think. It's not in cars. It's in bicycles. Bicycles and motors, well, not motorcycles, although they're starting to do that in motorcycles now. But bicycles, for the longest time, you could actually buy an electric wheel conversion, where it's an electric motor on it, and you can still pedal the bike to move it forward, but you have an electric assist. That's where the technology was born from, is bicycles. So, the fact that they're in cars, I'm not surprised. And to be honest, I think Teslas are similar to that. Now, anyways, with their all-wheel drive systems, because, I don't even know, can you get a Tesla without all-wheel drive? I don't think so. And it's just something that, with EVs, I am against the EV movement. I don't care if you actually like the vehicles or whatever, that's fine. Because actually, I think a lot of EVs are starting to actually look pretty good. But it's their fundamental issues that they have that I'm just not on board with. And this whole thing of outlawing other vehicles because of it. Yeah, they might. Who knows, CFD? And yeah, I mean, well, especially after hearing of that ID4 catching on fire, I'm not shocked to hear that, to be honest. And it's just one of these things where, when companies start investing more and more in the EV thing, in the beginning, it's going to be garbage of what they built. That's just the truth. I mean, what's interesting, though, is because everybody thinks, oh, these electric cars, they're new. They're not, actually. There was a three-legged race back in the late 1800s and early 1900s of what was actually going to be the future of vehicles. Was it going to be the internal combustion engine? Was it going to be steam, which is an external combustion engine? Or was it going to be electric? Because electric vehicles did exist back then. They just weren't very good. Not that the internal combustion engines back then were amazing either. They had problems too. But internal combustion won out in the end because it's just the power it made plus the ease of just going to a gas station, filling it up really quick. It just won out, and so many more companies were making internal combustion engines after that versus the other ones, because there were steam vehicles, in the early 1900s, and they're kind of cool actually. Steam powered vehicles are really neat, but oh yeah, so here's the thing with if your internal combustion engine vehicle, if it catches on fire, well, it is dangerous. It's not going to you can put it out fairly easily. Where an EV, most fire departments are not equipped to actually put out an EV fire. So what happens, might you ask? Well, if an EV vehicle's on fire and they try and put it out and they can't, what they will actually do is they will submerge that car underwater, like completely underwater, for typically as long as 60 days. And it'll keep reigniting under the water. And you just got to let those ignitions kind of happen and, the water kind of do its thing. And you just hope that when you pull it out, it's good. Because that's not always the case. Well, I bet actually Jay Leno does. I mean, wouldn't shock me. He's got one of the biggest car collections in the world. So, and his collection spans from new Lamborghinis to like early 1900s EVs. It's pretty cool, actually. And and I like I like the early cars that way because they were quite innovative in what they did. Yeah, well, see, there are two people that can claim that and that they might have the best collection of vehicles out there. It's Jay Leno and it's Ralph Lauren. Ralph Lauren has an incredible car collection. If you haven't heard of it, go check out his collection. To be honest, it is amazing. And because where Jay Leno will have some common vehicles in his collection, Ralph Lauren doesn't. His cars are top caliber, the rarest of the rare, and it's amazing, to be honest. I do like seeing collections like that. True. The Sultan of Brunei has always had interesting vehicles, to be honest. And, even their collection of Ferraris is quite the interesting one, too, when you see those. Because the Sultan of Brunei actually has a Ferrari F40 that they turned into a roadster, and they painted it yellow. And Ferrari does not approve of it, but what are they going to do? They're going to say no to the guy that has, all their rare Ferraris? Yeah. If I don't get a really good run on this last run, I might lose this race. I'm down by like 1/10 of a second. Ah, lost. Actually, there should be now, maybe not for the ID4, but there should be an override, a mechanical override to put it into neutral. Should be, because I know like Teslas do. Most people don't realize that, but there is. Yeah, let's try that again, shall we? That guy was quite fast that way, and I just can't shift into fourth, I guess. There we go. That's good. Yeah, and because I do know that most people don't realize, like EVs, I believe as a law, they have to have a way for a manual override if the batteries die to put it into neutral. Although I will say though, at least with an EV that is in park, it's a pain in the ass, but you can still pull it, and it won't it won't try and start up on you if you're just pull starting it, right? Like, because you've seen vehicles pull start, I'm sure. I've done it a couple times. Okay, so I used the nitrous early or later, and I go faster. Good to know. Good to know. But yeah, because I know that a lot of tow truck drivers, they don't know where the switch is, but then like the problem is a lot of these EV vehicles have electric door handles, which is the worst thing ever. You should never have an electric door handle on your car. It should be a mechanical one somewhere, even if it's a little hidden. That's fine. But like there are some cars that do not have a proper key either. Like these Teslas, their key is literally it looks like a credit card. Like what is that? And you just have it in your pocket and you go, which is such a safety concern. Like it's even Dodge. There's with or a lot of companies, to be honest, if you're within about 100 feet or so of it, it'll be unlocked and you can actually potentially drive it away. I know Dodges have had that problem of where with their keys that you don't need to put it into an ignition source. You can just have it in the vehicle, which is stupid. You should have to put the keys somewhere. Period. I don't get it. Yeah, see, the one that I would hate to try and tow if the batteries died is the new Hummer EV. The thing is like 15,000 pounds. It's ridiculous. Like, actually, I don't think it's quite that heavy, but it's like at least 13, I think. And that thing, like, they've got cool features in it, and they've definitely got the excess of a Hummer in that EV GMC Hummer, for sure. Ah, damn it. Out of my way. And if you're wondering, yes, this is actually Willow Springs that I'm racing on. No. Well, yes and no. So, like, reading that comment about weight, oddly enough, for towing, you actually want more weight. The more weight you have, the better you can actually tow. But the problem with EVs with towing, though, is once you do, you drastically reduce its range. And I think I just heard thunder. Oh yeah, that sky's getting a little ugly, actually. Well, if it rains, it rains. It's not really the end of the world. I don't plan on going anywhere today. As long as there isn't a tornado that forms. Because actually, there was a tornado that was somewhat nearby. It was south of Olds. It was within about 40 minutes of me, which is a little sketch. But we've had tornadoes that are closer, but they didn't touch us. So, like, there was one that happened in Bearberry last year. And Bearberry's not that far. It's about 20 minutes from here, give or take. So, but the direction it was going, it wasn't coming to Sundry, so it was fine. But yeah. Yeah, see, like, I do wonder with the Tesla Semi, how are they going to compare to a diesel semi truck when it comes to actually its range when it sorry, brain's just not working here. So when you start towing like heavy weights, how's that range going to be? Because I can't imagine it being that good. Yep, definitely hearing thunder. And also, and I do wonder actually. So when the Tesla Semi is finally out there and EV semis are finally out there, is there going to be safety concerns when it comes to parking them? Because we've seen racetracks ban EVs. There's a lot of them. Even my local track has banned EVs because of the safety concern of if they catch on fire, we can't do anything about it. And I do wonder, how that is going to be tackled with EV semi trucks out there. And I would definitely agree. It's probably not going to be good at all for the range on those. Like, we'll have to see when they're finally actually properly in production and we see them out on the road. We see real people, giving out their stuff, because I don't give a crap what Elon Musk says. I want to know what the actual consumers say. Because Elon Musk does talk out of his ass every now and then. So. Oh, yeah. You know what? Actually, that is a good representation of how Elon Musk actually is. Because there's some things that he does, like his whole thing with SpaceX, that's brilliant, to be honest. That is amazing. But the Tesla car company as a whole, it's quite flawed. Very flawed. And like he's put his heart and soul into Tesla, but and like he makes bank off of Tesla. It's not necessarily on the sales of cars, it's selling the data that the driving data and the road data to companies out there, because they're always being tracked. That's how they make their money. More so. And Teslas, they cut corners a lot, which obviously every car company will cut corners on their vehicles. That's been a thing forever. I mean, you can look at my engine as an example of having the intake and head as one unit, rather than having it the intake being separate from the head, like that you can remove. And it was to save them $5 a car, so that they didn't have to machine out the intake and they didn't have to put a gasket in it in 1960. And they just kept that design the entire time. And it really sucks for anybody that wants to hot rod the engine like I do. That's it's pigeonholed myself in that regard. Oh, for sure. Like, he is a great businessman in the fact that, and he's a genius when it comes to some of these things. Don't get me wrong. Because I know it's not just the engineers. Like, he's actually very involved with the production of Teslas and stuff like that. But it's one of these things where, as a person, I'm not a fan of his at all. I've never liked him, and he is a complete dick, so that doesn't help. And there's been a lot of empty promises, like you mentioned. So, see me. Well, and yeah, and that's the one thing, and it's because of how it's interesting because of how Elon Musk actually made his money to begin with. He's the one that, well, he was one of the creators of PayPal back in the day. And then when he sold PayPal off for over $1 billion, that's when he got his McLaren F1. And most people don't realize, yeah, Elon Musk owned a McLaren F1, which is so cool. Like, it's one of the coolest cars ever built. And there is a video back from, I think it was 1995, of him taking delivery of his McLaren F1. The video does exist. I have seen the video. It's pretty cool. Yeah, see, those well, see, I do have an issue. Like, I have a fundamental problem of them actually giving out, these whole, oh, hey, you buy an EV and you'll get like $5,000 back. And it's like, why are we incentivizing this? Because I truly don't think that lawmakers have properly looked into what actually is involved with making an electric vehicle. Because while the production of regular, vehicles aren't amazing either, they're a lot better though. Because if you ever looked at what a lithium mine actually looks like, it's, and once you mine out a lithium mine area, you can't do anything with it. Where at least, if you're fracking for oil, you can actually get that area to, be a net positive again for emissions and stuff because you can replant and whatever else. Because the one thing is with fracking, now every once in a while with fracking there is a problem, and it actually does get into the water table, but they're actually they're drilling well below the water table. So 99% of the time it isn't a problem, but sometimes, they get a little leakage or whatever, and that's when you contaminate a water supply. That's the only problem with fracking. But it's just one of those deals. See, and what do you mean by punch the paradigm forward on EVs? Like, what you mean, like that? He's made it more accessible or whatever? Because I mean, in which he has, but yeah, like especially when that Tesla first started out, because like I said, the only car that they made, which is inexpensive, like it was like 150 grand, I think. Tesla Roadster, and like I said, it wasn't a very good car at all. But most people's first car are garbage. You can go back to almost any vehicle ever made, and they weren't good. Even like the Model T. When the Model T first came out, it was not a good vehicle. It got much better, but with minor improvements here and there. Yeah, like it is. You're right. It is good and bad for that. Because yeah, there are so many fundamental issues with EVs. Which, and like I mentioned, I have never had an issue properly with if you like EVs and you want to drive an EV, go for it. Just please do your research before you start spouting the BS with them. That's all. Now, I don't think I'm going to win this race. I'm up against a GTO. And surprisingly, smoked the GTO. Okay, we'll need to plug in my laptop here soon, too. True. Like, I don't understand. How hard is it to make a vehicle that isn't just quality control out the window? Because Teslas as a whole don't have quality control. It may as well be the 70s all over again. There you go, 1246. Not bad. So yeah, I did 1243 the first run, 1246 the second run. See if I can improve on the 1243. I don't think so, though. But
You see what I'm saying? Check it out. It's Brian Cooper. They call him the comeback kid because he's famous for being out those last 10 wins. Don't sleep on Cooper talent. There it is. There it is. Brian. He's back Cooper. There it is. Attaboy.
no, that was lower. Well, actually, Japan really didn't take that long to actually have quality control. Because that's a common people. Japanese vehicles were junk. Well, actually, no, they were far superior to American vehicles for the longest time. When they first started to break through the scene in the 60s, they were some of the best built vehicles. And then they just got better and better. Now, their quality of steel was garbage, but that, dates back to their metallurgy for thousands of years, so that's not their fault. But, their reliability and this build quality overall, because you can compare, because I kind of did this comparison sort of myself. When I had the 78 Civic for a while, comparing it to my Mustang, oh man, it's a way better built car. They thought about things so much better with that Civic than they did with the Mustang. Like, I love my Mustang, don't get me wrong, but that Civic was such a nicely built car. Where my Mustang, it has its problems with, some of the quality control of it, right? So. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, though, Japan wasn't really doing too much car production after World War II. It took them a long time to actually get vehicles. I mean, hell, even old Nissans were fantastic. New Nissans suck, but old ones were amazing. Because, Nissan was Datsun, right? And when you saw those Datsuns in the 60s and 70s and even 80s, they were really good vehicles. Oh, CVTs are the worst idea ever. I don't know why Nissan thought that was a good idea. Hang on a minute. I gotta message somebody here. So. Yes, give me a minute, guys. Sorry. Apologies. Also, like mention, pick down for the transmission. There you go. Sorry about that. I needed to reply to a message to somebody who is interested in a car I'm selling. Well, I say a car. It's actually my convertible. Yeah, well, see, because CVTs, how a CVT actually works. So basically, it uses computers and typically run off of a belt system that belt will actually, over time, like any belt, it will wear out and snap. And once that happens, it grenades the transmission basically, and you can't rebuild it. You have to replace it. And a replacement CVT is about $4,000. So that's kind of the problem. Well, and it's interesting that they say, I think that they say that, they're more fuel efficient because of their computers, that they're always in basically like one sort of gear. I would like to see the proper science behind that because, Ford's 10-speed transmission under their Coyotes, it's shifting constantly. So what makes your CVT more fuel efficient than that, where it's shifting all the time and it's running on the highway at like 800 RPM? How is it more economical? Hey Zach, how's it going? Definitely appreciate you coming up to the live. It's bad. I'm, like I said, not a fan of CVTs either. They're fundamentally flawed. And even like I said, how is it better than a 10-speed automatic? I can understand if it's better than like a 6-speed manual, but it's a 10-speed. Excellent. Glad to hear that. Ultima Energy. I've heard about the memes about that, but unless there's something actually like outside of the memes, I'm not sure. To be honest. Meow. Yeah, see, here right now, it's actually somewhat stormy. Like, I heard thunder earlier. It's getting a little cold. It's been kind of chilly-ish. Like, not super cold, but a little chilly for the past couple of days. Like, and when I say chilly, it's because we've been having, 28, 30 degrees Celsius, and we've been down to about 10 to 15, which, that's not cold. But because of the time of year, it is a little cold. Oh yeah, I mean I've seen that, but it's because like Ultimas are so cheap and whatever else like that. And people just whenever you see a cheap vehicle that a bunch of young kids own, it's not going to be great when it comes to that sort of stuff. So 88 degrees, that's quite warm. Because 88, that's about 25 or so. Yeah, see that's just that Zach, that's hot. Now I will say though, I am one of the few people on the planet that can say this without moving locations. I've actually experienced minus 40 Fahrenheit and above 115 Fahrenheit as well within the same calendar year without moving, like without being in separate cities or anything. And it's a pretty wild phenomenon. Now, there's only a few places in Canada that can actually have that happen, but it's quite interesting. And there's probably other places in the world too, but like I can imagine places in Russia can be similar to that. But it's just kind of odd because a lot of the United States can't really say that, and a lot of Canada can't say that either. But it's temperatures can be rough, and I don't do really good in the heat. So when it's cooler like this, my symptoms for my POTS isn't so bad. Ah, damn it. Get out of my way. Shit, went too wide because my cat distracted me. No! This track is really hard to look at the chat, so I'll catch up in a moment. Sorry, guys. Oh, CFC. That's not 31 Celsius. That's about 45 Celsius. I've experienced that as a base temperature before any humidity in Lethbridge. There are still wildfires around, to be honest. Like, there isn't a ton of them. I did smell a bit of smoke yesterday. Today I haven't though, but we've had a lot of rain lately, which has been nice, because for a while we had like no rain. That was the problem that whenever there was a fire, it was usually caused by like a lightning strike or something. Some of them would have been, man, like would have been started by somebody chucking their cigarette out the window, or I'm sure some of them were deliberately started. I'd have no doubt about that, but there are pyromaniacs out there, so it happens. To be honest, all Saber wanted to do, he was just getting up off my lap, and he just wanted to curl up next to my legs versus actually being on my lap. So that's fine. Oof. Geez, Zach, that's terrible. Yeah, no, just because I've experienced temperature similar to that doesn't mean that I can deal with it very easily, especially now. I'm so glad I don't live where I used to, just for, summer temperatures like that. Ugh. Even winter temperatures, because I don't really experience -40 that often. And bear in mind, for any of you that don't know, -40 Celsius is -40 Fahrenheit. That's where they actually meet on the scale. And 100 degrees Fahrenheit, or 100 degrees Celsius, is 212 Fahrenheit. Those are the two I know. Yeah, I saw some of the pictures and stuff. That's just outrageous, to be honest. And luckily, because for me, anyways, the fires in BC and Alberta, while they're still around, they're nowhere near as bad as they were. Because at one point, we actually had over 100. No, sorry, it was over 80 active wildfires in the province at one point. And now, I mean, we might have 15 or 20. So it's still not great, but it's a lot better than it was. It is. I have shoveled snow in -40. And I will say, -40, if you have the right, if you're bundled up properly, and if there's no wind, and you're shoveling snow, it's not that bad. But if you're not actually moving about and exerting energy, it's really bad. Ooh, I was not fast enough on that. Okay. See, why did you break? God damn it. Totally screws up my times. Nope. Not gonna get that sucker. But yeah, it's one of those things, being, from Alberta and being, raised in Lethbridge, the weather there is just a little more extreme than most places. So and it's one of those things, like I said, there's not very many places out there that can have that. And in here, even, it doesn't really get to 40 degrees. It will get to the mid 30s in Celsius, which, that's 100 to about 110, give or take. But Hey, yay! I finally beat that sector. Woo! Give me some breathing room. But yeah, no, I am honestly right now. Like, I'm just waiting for because there are some things that are going to happen in my car actually coming soon-ish, because I do want to change out. Yeah. uh, the only thing that I could think of that in the coast that would be a little better versus inland is the wind potentially might be a little more, which might cool it down a little bit. But yeah, as a whole, no. If you're near water or closer to water, it's gonna be hotter. To be honest, that's the one thing. Because like living in Lethbridge, it's just where we were located because they were in coulees. And with the mountains and everything, and then being with the coulees and going downstream, we got a lot of like wind down there was terrible. I have experienced gusts of over 120 kilometers an hour, which, for reference, that's about 80 or so miles an hour. No, not quite. That's about 72-ish miles an hour. For gusts, and that's just me walking to school. Dealing with gusts like that. Which and your average like tornado winds are only maybe about 110 for any of the smaller ones, anyways. It's just wild. Like, I miss Lethbridge, but I do not miss that about Lethbridge. I'm sad. Get out of my way. Oh, hang on. I will read that comment shortly. I've done a little bit here and there. It's nothing major, to be honest. I've done a bit on my car too, but again, nothing major. Like, I still have to fix some panel gaps on my car, and there's some dents and whatever else that I have to pull out. I have done some paint and body in the past, just not much on my car though. And like, it's out in my shed. I actually made a panel back in high school that what it is now. My vinyl work was not great, but it was a bodywork class that I took in grade 12, and this course. So basically, you started out with a flat piece of metal, and what you had to do was you had to bend the all four sides at 90 degrees, so that they're straight up and down. And then I had to use a hammer and dolly and pound out so that it's in a perfect sort of circle when it comes to that flat surface. And the one thing is that the teacher actually said to me at the time, because I wasn't sure. And back then I was a huge perfectionist compared to now where that's a little more lax. But back then I could not do anything that wasn't just perfect when it came to building something like that. Even my woodworking capabilities back then were amazing. But anyways, so what he had actually said to me was, because I asked him, like, hey, is this okay? And he said, I've never seen anybody in my class in the 20 years I've been teaching this that has been able to get the panel looking that good before Bondo. So that was quite the confidence boost, to be honest. It's quite nice. Like I said, that's in my shed. And then I did a vinyl over top of it for the AMC logo, like for AMC cars. But the vinyl work doesn't look near as good as that body work and the paint even that I did on it. Yeah, see, it not raining there is probably a big problem too. Because I know like when it rains, it cools it off. I love a good storm. But at least the one thing is with Florida that I'd be worried about with you is the storms when they get really big, because you can get hurricanes and stuff down there. I'm so glad I don't have to deal with hurricanes. Uh, I've already unlocked those. Well, there's no way I'll be able to get that done with my current car. Hell no. Oh, definitely. Like that's the one thing, because even like my woodworking skills, because the teacher, when I actually had a good teacher, because my one teacher, he was just not good at his job. He was just kind of lazy and stuff and didn't really show people what to do. Um, oh, that's right. From this, you can get a 350Z or a Golf, which I think are grip cars. Cool. I forgot about this race. Actually, I wonder, can I get that to be up there? And will it show? It doesn't really show. Okay. But yeah, like, so woodworking with me, because I never used a power sander with woodworking. I always hand sanded everything I did. And the reason why I did that is because I could feel I could actually feel the imperfections in it. And once I was finished sanding, I just run my hand over it and see how it felt. And then if it's not to my liking, I'd go just touch up those areas and stuff. And then underneath, where nobody ever sanded the underside of their things in junior high or high school, but I did. So I kind of miss woodworking, but I don't know if I can still do it. It's a lot of manual labor involved. Oh, and see, that's the one thing, CFC. Like, not everybody can do that properly, right? And that's one of those things where there are lots of people out there that they might not be able to grasp it as well, and that's okay, Like, yeah, you fix computers now, which, there you go, it's perfect. Oh, yeah, like, and I always prefer, if I can, to do it by hand. Now, on a car, it's a much bigger surface. I wouldn't do that 100% by hand. I would start with and it's a little different working with metal as opposed to wood. Wood is much more forgiving, in my opinion, than metal is, because the finish is easier to get on wood versus metal. But if you're wondering, I'm in a 350Z. Oh, no rain till August for you? Ugh. Well, hopefully, with any luck, that it won't be too bad down there until then. Because yeah, like we didn't have any rain in the entire province for like a couple months, and that's why everything caught fire. but now we've been getting those storms and like had some pretty nasty ones lately. But like I even saw, in Calgary, oh look at that, rainstorm happened and hail took out a bunch of damaged a bunch of siding on houses and stuff like that. So see, there are lots of Nissans that I'd like to drive, and some of those Nissans being Datsuns, but gotta remember, Datsun was Nissan back in the day, right? I'd like to drive a 240SX. I'd like I will get the opportunity to drive a 350Z Roadster at some point. Just need to talk to her and see when I can actually do that. Because she said that she's more than willing to let me review her 350Z Roadster, which is it's such a cool car. I've ridden in it before. I've just never driven it. And it's an automatic, but that's fine. But that's the one thing. So in Nissan products, because everybody's worried about CVTs with Nissans, if it happens to be the 3.5 or 3.7 liter engines, they have a proper automatic, not a CVT. So they're not so bad. It's better if you get the manuals. Like that's why in the Nissan Maxima and Ultima, if you get the one with a 3.5, that's the one you want. Because it is the 350Z engine. Yeah, I mean, a GTR would be fun. Old Skylines as well would be neat. Because it doesn't need to be a GTR. I could, I would drive. Honestly, just even a base, like a base sedan automatic would be fine for me to drive. Because there's one car actually that like Nissan as a company, they haven't made a really cool car for a long time, in my opinion. Like the GTR, while it is neat, it's way overplayed now. And they haven't really updated it. They've made it like 70 grand more expensive since it came out, and it's only gotten barely faster. Like, Nissan, like, what are you doing? I know you made a near perfect car when it came out, but it hasn't really changed that much since it came out, and I think it was, 2008? Something like that. Oh, God damn it. Excuse me, Mr. Golf. Meow. See, actually, funny story about the Versa. So, when the Titan came out, the Nissan Titan, this was about 2007, 2008, somewhere around there. I think the Titan was out a little bit before that, but this is when this story comes into play. So, the local Nissan dealership, they were having an issue selling Nissan Titans because they were so damn expensive, and they just didn't have a market share in trucks at that point because they hadn't made, a full-size truck like that ever in their lineage. They had only made small compact trucks. And so when they sold the Titan, they had a major issue trying to move them. So the local dealership actually offered, hey, if you buy a Nissan Titan, you can get a free Nissan Versa. I'm not kidding. That was actually one of the tropes about it. It was just kind of funny to see that. And it's something that I'll truly remember, and that they actually advertised it as if you had, because the Versa was quite small back then, and the Titan was so big that the Versa would actually fit in the box. But that's back when you could actually get a proper like 8-foot box, on a vehicle. Like basically, because the wheelbase of it would fit inside of there apparently. Now they would have delivered it free of charge to you, and you don't have to put it in there. But it's funny because in their advertising thing, they said, yeah, it would just barely fit apparently, which is just so funny. Yeah, oh yeah, like they said you could, but and again they would give you a free Versa if you got a Tundra or to get one of those, and it's just the funniest thing to hear about that, right? And yeah, like those first gen Titans, they were the start of like the really big trucks. Because like the Tundra, while it was a pretty good sized truck, the Titan was big. And then everything basically matched the Titan size. And then now, like, the Titan never really got a proper market share. Although it was kind of cool that they did offer a Cummins in the Titan for a little while. No, Frontier is fine, but it's not a full size truck. Like that's what I'm getting at. Nissan prior to the Titan never made a full size truck. They had only made compact or mid size trucks. Because you go back to even the 60s Datsuns, I mean, those were very, very small trucks. Those were compacts. You go back to the 80s, and those were, again, like the Nissan Hardbody. That's a compact truck. Because, the only ones in the 80s that actually made a proper mid-sized truck was the Dodge Dakota. Because everything else was a compact. Because actually, in something, like, I knew this girl for a little while because she was dating my brother when I was still in contact with him because he was just a dick. So I stopped being in contact with him. Is she has a Nismo Frontier, right? There's stuff that I'm not really a big fan on her truck, but the truck itself is fine. And the one thing is, she will swear up and down that her Nismo Frontier was built in Japan, and it was right-hand drive and converted to left-hand drive. All this wild stuff when I told her, because like I know a lot more about cars than she does, I told her outright, no, the Frontier was never built in Japan, period. They never did. And the Nismo was kind of just like an off-road package. It wasn't like this hot rod thing on the trucks, compared to, their cars. If a car has the Nismo badge on it, it's just like, that's a, badass car. But the trucks have just a glorified off-road package. Oh, yeah, well, I do agree, like, I do miss proper small trucks. Because every truck now is massive. Even you look at the Tacoma or you look at the new Frontier, it's a big-ass truck. The Maverick is a step in the right direction, and apparently they're bringing back the Ranchero name in a truck that's even smaller than the Maverick. At least that's what's been reported. And we'll see how that turns out. It's probably going to be EV is my guess, but which is, I mean, whatever. We talked about that whole EV thing for like an hour. So, but unless they do actually put, their EcoBoost in it, which would be cool. And like Mitsubishi has not really made a really good car in a very long time. Because Mitsubishi, they got rid of their fun sort of image for their brand, basically about. Oh, that was not a good crash. Okay, tire moving on my way. Thank you. like Mitsubishi stopped being a super fun and like enjoyable brand with sports cars and everything, probably right after they dropped the Eclipse. And which, not that a third gen Eclipse is like this super, super like really cool sporty car. I mean, it's a decent looking car and everything, but it's no second or first gen Eclipse. Where those had the Ford G63, that's just a really badass motor to build and everything. Oh crap! Oh crap! No! I'm gonna lose this race! No! Damn it! I'll have to restart that. See, now the Mazda B series pickups, I mean, those are Fords. But technically, the Ford Ranger is a Mazda pickup. It was for a long time. Even the Ford Courier back in the 70s was a Mazda pickup truck. And, you know, the S10, if you got the Iron Duke S10s weren't great. But when they put the V6 in those, they actually were pretty good with the little 4.3. And it's so easy, especially if you have one of the 4.3 trucks, to actually put. Hang on, do I have? I'm noticing something. Is there a setting on here that's screwing with me? Okay, no. It's just my head playing with me, okay. Because I thought I was getting assists there of where it was braking for me. I'm like, I don't want that. Ah, oh, goddamn golf, get out of my way. Oh, I need to. Hang on. I need to plug in my laptop here, which I just need to find the power cord for it, which I think is right there. Yep, there it is. Where is the plug? There it is. There we go. And you're plugged in. Why aren't you charging? Are you unplugged elsewhere? Oh, there we go. Now it's charging. Okay. The Mitsubishi Mirage is terrible. Like, the reason why I say that about the Mirage, you know, something that's been standard in cars since the 60s? It's a thing called a locking steering column. A Mitsubishi Mirage does not have a locking steering column. It's that cheap. It's like, holy crap. You know? Now, there are some cars that have been made since the 60s that haven't had locking steering columns, but it's been kind of standard in a lot of vehicles since then. But the 3000 GT was they had the most technology ever put into one of their cars was probably in the 3000 GT. Because, you know, the 3000 GT had, in the VR4 anyways, had four-wheel steering and active aero, which no other company that was making a car that was, granted, a 3000 GT VR4 wasn't a cheap car. It was probably close to 50 grand back in the day. But nobody was making a car that cheap that was released in the United States that had all the technology that thing had. It was an incredible car. Now, if you ask a 3000 GT owner about the vacuum lines, you will haunt their dreams forever. Because a friend of mine owned one for a while. He built it up and he had about 600 horsepower or so into it, and it was quite the monster. But when I talked to him about, you know, the vacuum lines, he just kind of shudders, and because they have a mountain of vacuum lines. They're freaking horrible for that. But You can look up the 3000 GT VR4 vacuum diagram, and your jaw will just drop of how many there are. But like, what was cool because like their active arrow, like the wing would actually, you know, would actually have proper arrow and like had the 4-wheel steering, and that twin turbo V6 made over 300 horsepower back in the day, which was quite powerful for what it was, but they were heavy too. So like while the Evo was their, hey, this is our hot shit car, the 3000 GT was the car with all the technology put into it though. And Dodge made a version of the 3000 GT called the Dodge Stealth, but it was nowhere near. It didn't have all the really cool options like the VR4 did. So it didn't have the active arrow or the 4-wheel steering, but it did get that twin turbo V6 and the all-wheel drive system. Oh, I can imagine Mercedes probably do as well. That doesn't shock me. Now, why would they do that? The headlights are part of the core support? What? That's crazy. That is crazy. And I can imagine Doug DeMuro's review of that car is probably really funny because it's not like a super good car at all. Like I said, it doesn't have a locking steering column. Like, what? And having the headlights as part of the core support, like, that's mind-boggling to me. Like, why would they do that? Again, when engineers wanted to screw over everybody, right there. But I think some of that stuff is going to be more so of the pencil pushers, with budgets interfering with that more, where the engineers want to build it one way and, the money people go, no, you can't. That's why it would kind of suck to be an engineer in a way for working for a car company like that. Because so many of your ideas would get shot down, I'm sure. Hang on a second. Sorry, I'm just really in the zone with this race because it's quite the technical track here. There's no brace for the top support going to the front and fender mount. I have a hard time. See, now, and that is just wild to me. That a car built now could be that bad. Because most new cars are actually not bad vehicles. I do say that, old cars are more reliable, but I mean, and technically that's kind of true. It depends on the old car, but like a vehicle like my Mustang, that thing will never break, just the way that it's built. And if it does, it's very easy to fix it. Even if you had to do an engine swap, I can do that in like less than a day. So, because I have a spare motor, oddly enough, for it. Although technically it's my buddy Keith's, but I don't know if I actually got paid for picking up that engine and tranny for him or not. Like I enjoyed the journey, although his truck was just so uncomfortable. Like I wish he would have let me take his F-150 over that. Yeah, oh for sure. Like that's the one thing. Like I said, like Hyundai and Kia, they got their act together when building cars. Like I said, it was about 2008 or so is when they finally decided let's actually put quality into our cars. Because prior to that, they really didn't. But I wonder because okay, obviously American Canadian prices are different, but you're hard put to find any car whatsoever sold brand new today for less than about 30 grand, anyways, which is just insane to think about. You know, because I remember, hell, you could buy when the Ram Express came out, which was basically it was just a base truck. It had like no power options or anything. I think it had like AC, but that was it. It was a sail cab short box Ram. You could get it in a long box, and you could get it in a quad cab as well. But that truck, brand new, was 20 grand. Now this was 10 years ago, but now a cheap truck is like 35 grand. It's just asinine to think of how much they've gone up. Whoa, whoa, big crash, pardon me. Excuse me there, Mr. 350Z. You slowed me down too much, damn it. You're not pulling away from me. Okay, why is it doing that? I don't want it to do that. That's really irritating. So, like, something that the game is doing for me is if I'm getting too close to cars, it is just slightly braking for me. I'm like, I don't want it to do that. If I hit the back of the car, I hit the back of the car. I don't care. Like, yeah, I prefer to go through these races with zero collisions, but it's kind of hard to do. It's one thing if I had a steering wheel and pedals, but I don't. I'm on a controller. Okay, I'm gonna have to turn on the fan. Ugh. See, I'm surprised you're able to get it for quite that cheap. But mind you, that's US. I'm assuming, yeah, because you're. I was gonna say, are you actually CFC? Are you Canadian or American? Okay, you are American. Okay, yeah. See, to do the same thing here, that same vehicle is probably close to 35 grand, to be honest. Like, we get shafted in prices. Even if you do the conversion from, American to Canadian, it's not quite that drastic, but it is in car prices. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Car prices in the past 3 years have gone up exponentially. Um, Prior to the chip shortage in 2020, vehicles were about 6 to 7 grand cheaper than they are now. Well, that's an easy answer. I am choosing the 350Z. Hey, no worries, Zach. I definitely appreciate you coming out. Like, it's always fun to see you in the chat, to be honest. And to see, like, and that's the one thing. I always love when, my fans come by and say hi. Um, oh yeah, I mean, like, the Rona did really screw with a lot of things. A lot of things, so, which is not surprising considering, like, it crippled a lot of economies, so. Ah.
These guys have mad skills on the trip, right? So you're ready to let him hear. Come on.
Oh yeah, like I got my vaccine as soon as I could because the rollout here in Canada was really terrible for the vaccine, to be honest. It wasn't like we were getting limited numbers of it, so you had to have been to get it. You had to initially be older and stuff, and even though I was considered immune compromised, I was not able to get that, which was dumb. Not so much later. Like, I did get I've had, I think, 4 total, plus I had COVID once. So, but I'm not going to get another one because I was having adverse reactions to it. So, because, when I got especially the last, when I first got my very first dose, it was really bad. Where I couldn't really function very well. Hey, Max Script, there we go. Well, I get max grip, I do everything perfectly, and yet it's a slower time. Whatever. Still one, so it doesn't matter. But no. Yeah, and see, and a lot of people that was their experience that they didn't have issues with it, but I actually did. To where I felt quite fatigued for a few days afterwards. Of course, I had the pain in my arm as well, but then my heart rate would go sky high as soon as I got the injection. Like, it was really bad. So, well, I will say when I got COVID, it has definitely really screwed me up for the future. Because, well, like, I am mostly functional, don't get me wrong. But there's still lots of stuff that I could not do prior to having COVID. Because I had when I got COVID, that was back in 2020. Um, I got COVID just after Christmas, and it lasted 16 days for me. And I nearly wound up going to the hospital because of it. I was just a wreck. I could not stand for more than about 5 minutes at a time. I could barely walk, and it was just my balance was all sort of screwed up. And then now that's what's caused my condition now, which is POTS. So, like, my long COVID has not been good. And who knows? Maybe the heart rate and stuff, and blood pressure. Possibly that'll go away. I doubt it, but you never know. Oh, they really have been, and it's just one of those things, Like, I'm just glad that I'm not in a position that some people are in after it, of where they just can't function at all. Like, I can function, I can do stuff. It's in limited capacities, but I can. Like, even doing the dyno days that I've been doing, it's kind of hell on my body, but it's just fun, and I get a paycheck out of the deal, so which is something I desperately need. But lost me. And and also, like, even because, like, from the vaccine, like, lots of people didn't have issues with it, but I mean, I Just did. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Oh, hey, no worries. I really appreciate you coming out. You've made this stream quite awesome. So, hope you have a fantabulous day, and yeah, hopefully we'll chat soon. Thank you. No, no, yeah. There we go. Get back on the track. No, get back on the track. And wins the race. No more, never. Can't stand you. All right, let's do this. Meow. Meow. Driving this 350Z. Going fast. Meow. It's I don't know if I have any viewers right now because it's not telling me on my laptop. Because I didn't go live officially through YouTube, that it's not showing me um the statistics of this. Now I could open it up with my phone, but then it would screw up my face camera. So I don't know why YouTube on the PC, if you do that, it does not show how many viewers you have. It's annoying, but here's what it is. Well, I mean, has been going for wow over 3 hours. Oh, it does say I have 2 viewers. Okay, it says right here. Maybe I just keep this up instead. That works for me. Because I do have the chat on the side there too. That works. I just wish that this was in dark mode, but that's fine. All right, now because this, yeah, you do get a drift card of this. I think. No, you don't. Where do you get a drift card from? Because that has drift events in it. So, well, is this the next one? It might be. Okay. Or do I have to just go buy a drift card? I might have to.
All around performance back to the peak. The other guys are being carved up specifically for each category. You better do the same. If you find a whole car in race day, it's a good idea to have multiple setups and make sure it's cooked properly with different tracks. Remember, some of these guys are running like you can start on the shelf. Hey, but don't trip, because if you prove yourself, the local shop might let you in on the
Oh, you too, Matt. No worries. It was my pleasure. And yeah, sorry, I just haven't really been chatting very much, just because I don't know what to talk about right now, and trying to chat with myself can be difficult. So. Mm, is there anything that I really want to buy for a drift car? Not really. I can always just wait until I win one too. What's that? I mean, alternatively, I could buy a Roadrunner and actually use that as a drift car, but I'm not going to. I'll just wait. I've got a kitten, yes I do. I has a kitten, I love him. Hey, buddy. Thanks, sir. He's waving hello. See? Hi, everybody. And see, this is my cat Rascal. He is, I think, 13 ish. And he's just a wonderful cat. Annoying, but wonderful. Actually, hey, sir, you have some stuff caught in your fur. You know that? You need to clean that. You're right there. Feel it. Yeah, you got. There's probably food stuck in your chin. Hi, fat cat. I've got a kitten though. And if you don't mind, you can jump over. But my lap is just not available because there's a kitten. Can you save her? Hi, buddy. She did. Got all the kitties. Ah! Ah. And not a good run. Okay, I need to get a little better than that. Oh, too bad the nameplate is censoring my cat here. You can see his ear. Ugh. I'm not getting the good runs in. Why? I'm driving it like I normally do. Is this the end of the Cobalt? Well, I have to upgrade to the Roadrunner. Might have to. Maybe. Oh, that's a better run. There we go. Ooh. Wasn't sure if we were gonna get that, but oh yeah, we did get first by 1/10 of a second. Ooh, that was close. It's the wheel, kitty paw. It's the little kitty paw. Happy, happy, happy boy. Happy, happy, happy boy. Oh, he's loving that. Hey, buddy. Did I get that one spot? Oh, you're just you drooled all over me, cat. Here, take some of your drool back. Wipe it on you. There you go. You're so silly. Eh? You're so silly. Silly willy little buddy. Wait, did I get the same time? Oh no, just a little slower. See, I can't go that fast. Damn it. Yeah, I'm gonna get second in this event because there's no way I'm gonna get that, beat that Civic. Might have to finally actually build up this car. Because I don't think I beat that 1884. Yep. No, I got 1917 though. Pretty good time, but in the half mile. But sadly, just no, not on that run. Yeah, there's no way I could beat that Civic. So, damn, that blows. But it's not really tuned for half miles. What is that? But I normally don't, like in this game, I normally don't tune my cars separately. That way. That's the tail. Little kitty tail. It's flicky flick. Whoa! Whoops. Going a little too fast through that chicane. Go. Meow. Ah, that's the one thing about this view in this car because it's not a perfect, like driver view. It's just, at the base of the hood, like base of the windshield basically. And so you don't actually see everything with your car. Um, but I just prefer this view because the camera from behind it just can be a little too shaky and stuff. So that's the reason why I race the way I do, I guess. At least in this game. Other games I will actually prefer that full view, but But it also shows me a little better of how close I am to the car in front of me and stuff. But the only downside is I can't see exactly how wide the car is. I know approximately, but it's one of those things for this game. I wish the camera views were a little better, but there's no game. Like I said, this game is made in 2007, so it's been a minute. And actually, today is Tuesday. Okay. All right, let's see how this goes. Let's just restart that because that just totally screws with everything. Damn. That was just a bad section. Shoot. Nope. I'm gonna lose this one too. Oh shoot! Damn it! Just not racing near as good as what I have been. Oh wait, that as long as oh damn that last section there, I thought I was gonna have it. You know, I can actually win that. Oh yeah, just use the cash and do it that way. Because yeah, no, that was close. Oh, shit. Nah, I'm just driving like crap again. Because once I screw up like one sort of section, I kind of have to restart that. So, just, yeah, for some reason, I'm just not driving to my capabilities right now. I don't know why. Come on. Let's get this. There we go. Oh, by 1 point. Ugh. Oh, I tied. Damn it. If I didn't tap that wall. Yeah, no, I lost this one again, too. I can win this. I know I can. But just when you're needing to drive like as hard as you can, sometimes you just make mistakes. And that's what I've been doing. No, I'm not going to bother repairing the damage on the car. Ooh, do I win? Do I win? Do I win? Yes! I knew I could do it. See, I wish I could fix the quality on this, and I know what I'm going to do differently when I do another one of these, because, you know, I know what I can do differently. Yeah, I thought I was going to be screwed in these events because when I lost that half mile race and then kept losing that other race, I'm like, am I going to be able to do this? And I think I'll be able to win this, race day, which is good. Shoot, no, damn it! This is a time trial, so I don't necessarily have to pass these guys. I just need to run faster than them. That's all. Whoa, too fast, too fast. Hey, all good, Tim. No worries. Yeah, just everybody else basically bailed, so and I've just been kind of just racing here for the past about 20 minutes or so. So all good. That's one thing. Your life, your hunger comes you know, before my just enjoyment. So don't worry about it. Yeah, like I definitely appreciate that. Um, like the one thing is, like I don't know how long I'll be on for. Like, because I mean, I'm almost at 4 hours on the live stream, which is amazing, considering for the bulk of that, other than the first about 30 or 40 minutes, that I've had good conversations and stuff. It's been really nice because not very often I can do a live stream for this long and have this much interaction. So but yeah, no, it's just I'm not sure what else to really say at the moment. Hey, stage 4 breaks. Yo, let's go. sounds good. And yeah, like, and if you can't find them, don't worry about it. Like, I'll figure something out. Eventually, because like I said, I might just put, you know, rubber sort of like not RTV, but you know, similar to that around that. Hang on, let me get into the racing stance. There you go, racing stance.
It's all about being judged based on how well you can control your car and fly. The longer you hold your grip and the smoother your transition, the higher your score. Max out your points by pushing your car as fast as you can and making it speed your thing. Initiate grip by shooting into the water and tapping the e-brake. Once you have your car shifting in the desired direction, go to steering the opposite direction to counter steer towards your angle. To stitch together a run of multiple tricks, release the throttle to throw your car in the opposite direction. Then hit it again and track the law.
Yeah, let's do some drifting.
Like they say, practice makes perfect. You also got to take a practice run to get a feel for the track before the event.
Drifting. Ah! That did not work out so well. It's okay though. Okay. You saw nothing. It was not a good run at all. And I still got first? That was such a terrible run. Wow, okay. I mean, I'll take it, but I shouldn't have won that. At least that heat. You know, why can't I get the drift angle with this damn car? There we go, that's better. Much better. Ugh, it just does not have enough power. Like, it's so hard to keep that thing drifting because it's got like 300 horsepower. It needs more than that. Yeah, that's really difficult without having a lot more power to do that. You get free tires in this game, so that's the beauty of that. Um, but yeah, like honestly, that was just terrible. All right, let's see. Maybe running with the GTO will be better on the next one because I have the choice between a GT like a Pontiac GTO. Oh, this has 349 horsepower. This is way better. Now, with any luck, oh, that slide's way easier. There we go. That's much better. Yeah, I know what car I'm choosing because I get a free car to this, whether it's the that Infinity G35 or this GTO, and this GTO just has the right amount of power to do this. So this will be my new drift car. Ah, went off the track. But like, and oddly enough, like drifting would be something really fun to do, but it's just too expensive. Like, who can afford all those tires? And that's kind of the problem. Because like, there's a guy on actually here on YouTube that keeps wanting me to do burnouts with my car, or just do more burnout videos. Like I've done one, and I will do more eventually, but it's just one of those things though that it's expensive, and I've told him like I could do burnout videos, but I can't afford the tires. So if you wanted to give me money for tires, yeah, I'll do a burnout. And he just keeps asking burnout, burnout, burnout. And I told him I need tires. So, and it's kind of one of those deals, right? That yeah, tires are expensive, and even for cheap tires, junkyard tires, you're still trying to find the right sizes and stuff. You're still looking at a good. Let's see, how much would you really spend on tires, even at the junkyard? Like you can still probably spend a good $200 a set. Unless you happen to find tires in the yard, which is quite difficult to do. But if you actually find it in the yard, you'd be looking at, honestly, it wouldn't be too bad. It'd be maybe about $100 a set, but it's so difficult to find, two matching tires that are, the size that you need in a junkyard without seeing them already pulled off and in their showroom for $300. So, like, if I looked hard enough, I could probably end up finding some tires for like really cheap or like next to nothing, but just to burn off. And I think I might have a couple of tires to burn off, but I can't figure out how to do a burnout with my manual transmission yet either. Like I've tried, I can't pull it off. So I got a couple of tires that are just I bought them and they were dry rotted. And I don't even know if they're the right bolt pattern. I think they are, but the center of them is the center bore is not good enough, so it needs to be um need to bore out the middle of the wheels of those too. Because I bought those tires for it would have been like $150 or so years ago, and kind of bought them sight unseen when they were delivered. It was pouring rain, so I didn't really look at them too carefully, and sure as shit, they're dry rotted. So, like, not dry rotted horribly, but dry rotted enough to where I was just like, I don't really want to run these. The tires I'm running currently are in better shape than these. So, they got lots of tread on them, but they're just old. But you know, like, it's something else I want to do in the wintertime. This would be fun. So there is and it's free of charge too. That's the beauty of this. Is I can go out to there's a lake that in the wintertime when it freezes over, um, they actually plow out a few tracks that you can go out there anytime you want and just slide around on the ice. And I would like to do that. Ice racing is quite cool actually, and that's something that I'd be interested in doing with my car. There we go. Nice, easy race. Ah, there we go. That worked out pretty good. Oh, hey, no worries, Tim. I really appreciate you coming up to live. I always love seeing you in the chat. And take care, and hope you have a wonderful day at work tomorrow. Like 3 a.m. is really freaking early to drive, but ugh. Good luck. And boom! I win! Yay! Yeah, see, it's just showing that my Wi-Fi isn't that great, but thanks, Priscilla. Yeah, no, I've been playing this, like because oddly enough, like my dad actually for my birthday he got me this game, and like this game I've played it before a long time ago, and I wanted to replay it, and I just haven't had it, so and it's just quite nice. Oh, that's why. Hang on, I'm like, why is it showing the P40? Hi, Deeper. There we go. And hopefully, yeah, actually, it's looking a lot better now. I just, when it dips down, it's just my internet just being crap. So, and it just, my internet's not great here, so that's one of the things. And just like, this game, because yeah, like I asked, because my dad doesn't really have a lot of money right now, so I just asked, you know what? The only thing I want for my birthday, just a game that might be $20, and it's this, which is Need for Speed, Pro Street, and this game came out in 2007. Like, it's a fairly old game, but it's a fun one. And just one of these things. It's not particularly that hard, at least until the late game, but like the earlier games were much harder than this. Right, okay. Right there. Oh, that feels good. Yeah. Although I won't be live for too much longer here. Ah, that was not good. I'm still in first though, surprisingly. That was such a bad run. I'd be better if I was like on a proper steering wheel and stuff, but I don't have a racing wheel, so. That was a little better. Keeper, a little better. That was in the. It's funny. That was a worse run. Like it looked worse, but yet it actually got more points in the drift. Hi, Keeper. Hi, buddy. Ooh, yeah, the car's not looking too hot, but. Yeah, it's just one of these things, you know. I did actually do a full playthrough of this game just recently, but I decided, you know what? Why not do this and then do the whole thing live, or at least if I can. I may not be able to get everything done, but live, we'll see. Oh, whoa. Whoops. When you're drifting and you slide into a freaking hill and you just do a barrel roll. It's just fun. Ugh. Okay, can't go quite that fast in that corner. Can't. There we go. Perfect. much better of a run. There we go. Not bad. Not bad. There we go. And yeah, and sorry, I'm not really talking much. I just don't know really what much to say at the moment. I'm not going to be live for too much longer because I am starting to get hungry, and I need to go grab some stuff from the grocery store. So, but yeah, I think after like this race day, which is going to be in the next 10 minutes or so, I'll probably sign off here. But it's been such a wonderful time, and I'm definitely going to do this again. Although I have thoughts of how I can make this better, so stay tuned for that. But whoa. Jeez. Yeah, this thing is fast after I built it up. Whee! Yeah, this thing just flies down the track. Zooming. Ah.
Are you still out there? Check it out. It's Ryan Cooper. That could be just on the quarter mile. You people better be ready to make the noise for him.
Ooh. I didn't think that was going to be a first place sort of finish that way on that one. Just because it wasn't that fast of a time. Glad to know, though, that I was wrong. A little better. 1941. Not bad. Not bad.
Ryan Cooper. He just stretches it on the strip. That's it. Ryan Cooper looking like he wants it today. Yeah, son.
There you go. 1926. Pretty good. There we go. Nice. Oh, somebody commented that. All right, there we go. Perfect. Wow. I caught air. Whoa! No, I. Damn it. Center just a little too hard. Whoops. It happened. Ugh. Oh, that was close. And yeah, no, it's just this is just overall so much fun to play this game. Like I really have missed this game because like I have played not every single Need for Speed entry, but a lot of them. And basically my top three are going to be like number one is Most Wanted in 2005. Number two is Need for Speed Carbon in 2006, and then in 2007, this. Which it's awesome that they just made banger after banger every year. And because if you go back far enough, like it went, I think it was like Need for Speed Hot Pursuit, Need for Speed Underground, Need for Speed Hot Pursuit 2, Need for Speed Underground 2, Most Wanted, right? All really amazing games. Zooming. There we go. And as fun as this live stream has been and playing this game, I am about to sign off here. It was an absolutely fantastic time. I didn't think this live stream would be as good as it was, and it was honestly one of the best I've had in a while. So stay tuned. I will be doing this again probably tomorrow, actually. Um, and like it's just you guys have made it absolutely amazing. So for those of you that have watched to the end, thank you so much. I really do appreciate every single one of you. And yeah, we'll definitely do this again. So hope you all have a fantastic time. Take care, and I'll catch you next time.